Okay, see how this goes. Good morning. I apologize for a slightly later start. Today will be a longer stream though. So, yeah. Okay. Neil, thank you very much for the follow. If you are still here, I assume from maybe. I need to. Ugh. Desk is cluttered. Need to get this organized after the stream. Okay. So wait for that ad to finish. And then we'll see if I can figure this thing out. Okay. So, as much as I would love to say that we can use Aspire and, get all these Kubernetes Helm charts deployed, I can't, right? I've got to figure out a path forward. If I want to continue on with deployment, I've got to figure out what that looks like. I got to learn some lessons, to the point, of yesterday. I have to be willing to learn here. I can't just push through and hopefully make it work and then move on. That's not going to help it. That's not going to move me forward. So I need to learn what I don't know. I need to learn how to do this properly. So for right now, I want to get the tunnel up. If I can get the tunnel up, I can get the SQL server up. My job runs on hopes and dreams is fine. Mojo, good morning. Hope you are well. So I'm going to see if I can get this up and running today. It may be struggle, but it's sharing it. Figure out what I want to do is as I go through this, once I've got a working piece, I want to figure out what that looks from a documentation standpoint, so that I could then refer to that next time. So this time I'm not going to go through and make it work. I'm going to go through, because my hope was by going through and making it work the first time, I would be able to continually iterate on that and keep running that and be more and more comfortable with the pieces themselves. And therefore I wouldn't need to go back and kind of document things until it was established. But I don't think that's going to be the case now. And considering the times between releases right this second, I think that I could I could end up losing track of certain pieces. So I need to know what I'm only going to focus on the documentation. Thank you for the follow. Once I have once I have established a working thing, I'm not going to document lies. So the first order of business is to try and get Pulumi. If it ain't automated, it doesn't work. Yeah. So first order of business is to try and get Pulumi to bring up the tunnel. Once the tunnel is up, I will then focus some energy on lay down now. Lay down. No more cookies. All gone. No. I know you know they're there, but they're not for you for now. Go lay down. You'll get one later. You'll look like a marrowbone. Sorry. Look, he's protesting that I won't give him more cookies. So yeah, figure this out, get this up and running. If I can get the tunnel up and running, which this way I prefer, the config map way pulling that in was, yeah. No, it's time for me to be a laptop go. What's this require secret business? You're at the requested pull limit to deploy something that's getting access denied. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out. So they're saying that the token is required, right? But I'm trying to figure out where in the. So let me show you why I want to ditch pollute me. And if they've updated the documents, awesome. I will happily say I am wrong. I would gladly take this on. Pulumi, infrastructure as code. Okay, so concepts. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? That's ESC though. That's not. I'm not using ESC. Zero trust. Oh, still got my my keyboard's still set to Mac mode. I didn't know what Pulumi was. Apparently it's Terraform, but you write code inside of it. Yes. Yeah. So tunnel secret, which is what I'm providing it, right? Account ID, name, blog, config source. What is config source? I don't know what config source is. So my problem so far. No, I don't believe I do. I just don't know what I'm missing. So I am sorry they do not have a dark mode. So I will have to live with this. And I'm not using a browser with dark reader. So they're showing this. Sets the password required to run a locally managed tunnel must be at least 32 bytes and encoded as base 64. So that is the tunnel secret. But nothing is setting. So let me show you, pulling me up. Awesome. That's the wrong token. That's the wrong token. That's something I pasted in yesterday. So if I do this, I get failed to make HTTP request, bad request, unable to authenticate, right? So this is funny. Watch. I'll show you what this does. Check that your Cloudflare API token or credentials are set correctly in your Pulumi configuration or environment variables. Ensure the API token has required permissions to create zero trust tunnels. So if you go to Cloudflare, if you go to zero trust, access, oh no, is it network? Sorry, tunnels, right? So this is the tunnel. they don't have. Service tokens provide credentials for automated tools. See, that's not that. So I'm not sure. So again, so this is saying check that your Cloudflare API token and credentials are set correctly in your pooling configuration. I haven't found anywhere that says, Loki, go lay down. You're not having more cookies. Go lay down. No. Don't look at me like that. Go lay down. You're not sitting there crying. I have to make my own class. Should do it again off screen and copy it into your pooling config. Yeah. But that's not the right token. That's not like it's saying check your CloudFlare API, ensure the API token has the required permissions. There was no permissions for me to set that, right? There was nothing for me to set that. There is one area, access, where is it? My team. No, you are not having cookies. Sitting there crying. There is one area where you can set, no, settings. No. So I'm trying to understand what is the difference between the zero trust tunnel and the permissions around that versus my Cloudflare account in general. I know that you can set up an account, an application in Cloudflare, and that's what I'm accessing. Some mixed terminology. So the applications start protecting data and applications from threats, right? So that's what the policy is there for that, right? So that's not what I need. There's somewhere in here. Let's create deleted service token, DLP. Yeah. No, I do not have any SC environment. I authenticate with X auth email and X auth key headers. But how do I do that in here? Right. So again, if I go back to this, right, this is the documentation for the zero tunnel. That's it. I don't have any existing resources. Yeah. Right. So this is the documentation. I'm not using ESC. I'm in the IAC world. Right. Wow, lowercasing my search. That's interesting. So zero trust. So the trust tunnel, and then this. That's it. So that hasn't been updated. The tunnel is configured, yes. The tunnel is set up on the Cloudflare side, and I have had it up and running through Pulumi before, but they changed how the Pulumi piece works. So I'm backtracking a little bit to try and get it to work through their APIs, feeling that would be a cleaner and more appropriate way of setting it up because it would be better documented. And yeah, coming soon. But I don't think I'm missing anything from what I'm seeing here. Nothing gives me the option to set a token or add a token unless it expects the token on the box that it's running. Would that even make sense? Like, because there's no config map here. No, I can't do that because there's no config map. I can't provide it an environment variable. Right, so I have set that as an environment. This is an environment variable, and I've set it as a Pulumi resource, so I could actually build a config map if I needed to. Phil Samuel, hello. How you doing? Hmm. Likely expects the token to be an envar. Loki's moving back and forth behind me, crying, which is um I do not do well with crying dogs and crying children. API tokens should be used instead. So yeah. Right. Yeah, that's I've set what I think is my Cloudflare API token. But there's no permissions, that's the thing. Like um no so it's I had it where I was building a config map out and I was building it through just regular tooling. Then I realized there was a Cloudflare actual library, and I should probably use that because it would mean that all this becomes much cleaner. Um, I think it's the fact that the credentials file is not there, but I don't know how to generate the credentials file again because they're not making that very obvious. So, and I don't know even how to attach it to this one. Loki, please stop. Go lay down. Please stop. Go lay down. You're not having more cookies. No. Go lay down. No. Cookies later. Sitting there crying is not getting your cookies. No. I don't know any of this stuff. I'm reading dots and trying. No, no, I appreciate. I really do appreciate any help. Um, this is again. I realize I've got to get better at this stuff. So, um, when they talk about tunnels, so if you look like, where's that pulling me thing? Check that your Cloudflare API token or credentials are set correctly. If using environment variables, verify they're exported in the environment where Pulumi runs, which it is. If the credentials are stored in Pulumi config, run Pulumi config get to ensure the value is correct and not empty or expired. If you've recently, so ensure it has the right permissions. So how do I, so let's see. Um, how do I get a, oh, hold on. Let's just go to Claude. How do I configure um, when using Pulumi? Configure. Let's ask that first. Go to Cloudflare dashboard, go to create tokens. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. I'm going to pull this off screen because I'm going to do this and I don't want to have to do that. I do not have user service key. No. So let's go to, so they're saying, this is saying, they're saying. So again, part of why I'm saying I don't want to use Pulumi anymore is because of the fact that I don't feel that it is a very well guided process. I mean, Cloudflare doesn't mention Pulumi on this, and Pulumi doesn't have good docs around that. Maybe it's just I'm dumb. Also, if you have the mvar Cloudflare API token set, you shouldn't be using API token R. Yes, yes. That was a where do I fit it? And it still doesn't tell me that. So they're saying go to Cloudflare dashboard, go to my profile. Low key stop. API tokens. Okay. Huh? Apparently I managed this with Argo. Delete that. Create token. So I should have zone Pulumi tunnel. Zone edit. No, zone read. Zone DNS edit. Edit. And Cloudflare tunnel edit. Count. Zero trust. Edit. Select include specific zone. Loki, please stop. Liquid sky. Okay, copy that. So I'm going to remove this, right? Right. So my concern is, right, I'm using this in the Pulumi environment, but this is getting published to Kubernetes. Is that then going to need that API token set in the other side? And where do I set that? Is that set on the host? Because normally you set environment variables through config map, but there doesn't seem to be any configuration there. No, Loki, go lay down. So let's move this over here. Pulumi config set liquid sky Cloudflare. No, I don't need that. Let me config. Depending about whether you like to know that should be deleted. Yes. The Cloudflare tunnel daemon only requires you running this configuration locally. Kubernetes would not be involved. Well, I'm running this to this is when it's published into Kubernetes. So it's publishing to the machine and running this config off of the machine. Not, but it says the Cloudflare token only needs to be, unless it copies it over as part of it in terms of the API. That's what using the library is. So not relevant. Okay. So I do Cloudflare API token. It's a lot shorter, that's for certain. Run the thing to configure the infrastructure. Loki, go lay down. Come on, buddy. My apologies. I cannot ignore. I cannot ignore a dog crying next to me. Just there you go. He's soaking now. No. Unable to authenticate request. Oh, good point. Hold on. I'm setting it as an environment variable. It's going to need reloading. PowerShell env. I'm using the system environment. It's not going to reload environment variables unless I close it and reopen it. That's a different error. That suggests my 403 forbidden authentication error. That suggests my configuration of the token is incorrect. That's better. So I can edit the permissions. Awesome. So the thing I was so account, so in okay. CloudFlare tunnel. I'm gonna try and help as best I can when I'm annoyed. No, I appreciate this because different perspectives, different opinions, different ideas, and different experiences are gonna help. Yeah. So we move the needle there. We got a 403. Oh. Content for CNAME record. We did it. I'm okay with content for CNAME record. We're moving forward. So the I can show this screen. So if you go into Cloudflare and go to your API tokens, I configure this token, right? I can edit it. I won't show the token. Account, Cloudflare tunnel, edit, zone, read, zone, DNS, edit, right? These are the things that give me permissions. I'm limiting it to this zone, liquidsky.software. So, you don't get open. Yeah. So there we go. That is working enough to bring that up. Okay. So now it's the CNAME configuration. It's this piece. This isn't surprising. Yes. Yeah. So what I'll do is once we get this up and running, once the tunnel's up and running, I will go back and make a document on the Cloudflare configuration and this. Um, I've got the notepad up to the right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, um, CNAME content, yeah, tunnel. So, what is this meant to be? Let's go and let's go and check the documentation. I'm sure it will be helpful. Right. So I got there through Claude, right? Claude did give me that information, which means I was close the other day. Um, yeah, registry at Terraform. Secret is now tunnel secret. CNAME is no longer available. So let's just, is this, what is this? I really don't like the Terraform style. That is yeah. So let's have a look. I apologize for bringing this bright white screen. So this is a DNS record, right? Okay, coming soon. So again, this is why I'm not enjoying using Pulumi. This is um and again, I, I'm not, this is not my world, right? This is not where I am best. Valid IPv4 address. So the idea there, or it will be your own. What's that going to give me? That's the user friendly name is LS Tunnel. Account ID. So my thought was it would give me, that's tunnel name, LS Tunnel or tunnel name. If we're setting it, tunnel secret. Name is domain. So that is Liquid Sky Tunnel. This tunnel is for ingress. So I'm managing ingress so that I am any traffic going to this, because it's going to a box in my room, right? It's going to tunnel the traffic to this rather than expose my public IP. So I'm not hosting the domain on the same, I'm not like managing all that pieces. So the tunnel provides that level of security. That is the intent. That is the way I understood to do it. Put in the closet. Well, as I'm developing this, I want to give people the access to it, but I cannot deploy it to a public site, and I do not have those sorts of resources. So I've got few options. My intent is, once Liquid Sky is at a point where I'm thinking it's a product, would be to get a server and get it racked somewhere. So I'm not in the closet. uh, as an initial phase to build it out. That would be my intent. So this is not production, but I have few options, right? Open to ideas if there's other all feasible alternatives. Um, yes, yeah, yeah. So there's a it's not even a box. It's a mini PC, right? The second, um, again, trying to make this reproducible. And good morning, Frank. How you doing? Hopefully well. So yeah, I have Kubernetes running up in here. This will once the tunnel's up, I can bring the other pieces up. And once the other pieces are up, we can get moving forward. So, well, the tunnel needs to be up first to get the domain access. So like I want to say this is liquid sky.software, right? Let's just try that. Let's see. No, I'm using Docker Hub. All my GitHub stuff, once I publish to release, produces Docker images and they get pushed to Docker Hub, and I'm pulling from Docker Hub. Ooh. CNAME cannot reference itself. But every second of upload and download, I want you to remember I told you didn't need to do it. Yeah. But I'm back in the world. Again, you know, you've got to, I only have the capability of learning so much. And when my focus, this is not what energizes me, right? I want to do this well enough that if I could make this a product, I could hire the people who care and to tidy it up without worrying that it is in nowhere near where it needs to be. It's a cool feature in Portainer that could deploy a container locally when new code is pushed on GitHub. Nice. CNAME cannot. What is a CNAME though? I don't know. Maybe I yeah, I don't know whether I'm doing this the right way, the wrong way. Yeah. So it can't so what does why does it need content? What else? Do I need even to set the CNAME? I think this is going to bring up a different tunnel. That's what I'm thinking right now. And that's why I need the CNAME. But what's the worst that happens? Did I bring the tunnel up? No, didn't bring anything up. Private domain. So every time I make a new app, I make it come CNAME to application. That hasn't deployed anything. So if you make a CNAME, if you make it's a CNAME to application, which is the IP that Kubernetes lives on, or the index for it anyways. Right. I don't have any. Yeah. Do I? So I think what's going to happen now is I have another zero trust. Tunnel name, LS tunnel. They're encrypted and yeah, don't need that anymore. Welcome back. Brain. I don't believe this creates anything because I'm not. Doesn't it says it's run, right? So I've removed the CNAME piece, but it doesn't deploy anything to Pulumi, to Kubernetes. There we go. Failed to make. Delete the existing tunnel. You already have a tunnel with this name. Delete the existing tunnel, which is a different name for your new tunnel. There we go. Okay. Configure. Choose those rules. Okay, so that's fine. Delete the existing tunnel. But it should create the container. So yeah, I think I'm missing a piece here. It needs to create the piece in the ingresses. This is the thing I'm expecting to see though. The tunnel's created in Cloudflare. This is the receiving end of that, right? That then deals with ingress. So, yeah. If I was hosting, I understand enough that if I was hosting Kubernetes as it is, I could set up ingresses and point a domain at the Kubernetes cluster and have ingress decide where things are getting routed. This is doing that routing, right? That's how I understand it so far. Um, Gotcha. So, okay, so I should see a new tunnel appear over in here. LS tunnel. There we go. LS tunnel. Inactive. Public host names. Yep. Okay, so that's right. That is configured the way I want it to be configured. However, nothing has been deployed. Because that's correct. That's set up the tunnel. So now how do I wire the tunnel? Yes. Yes. Okay. I'm a slow learner, but I get it. All I've done there is create a Cloudflare tunnel. I now need to make that work locally. Deploy an infrastructure config are usually different things. Yeah. Um, so let me go into why I'm doing it this way. I do want to meet somewhere in the middle of making this available to oh, let me start again there. I knew Pulumi existed. I knew Terraform existed. I knew those tools existed. I wanted to use infrastructure as code to try and make this a reproducible process. The reason I chose, I did originally have images on a local registry, but when I was publishing to GitHub, that was a nightmare because then how do I get those local images back? I have to trigger extra processes locally on GitHub push or pull or whatever to rebuild them again and run local processes. So I was trying to avoid that effort, knowing that I'd already achieved that in GitHub. I don't mind Docker Hub. That's fine. Yes, it's up and down cost or up and down resources. It can be slower, but it's available and it's there. Using Pulumi then means that images are in Docker Hub. I can configure my connection to Docker and get all those things running. So I'm trying to recreate all the pieces I need locally in this Kubernetes cluster to, practice this process of deployment. I did not look at other tools for this. I've used Octopus Deploy in the past. I've used TeamCity to some extent, although that's kind of only part of the picture from my experience, unless they've changed that as well. Hosted locally. I've done all sorts of different things, and I don't think I found anything that I really think is useful. I was hoping infrastructure as code would allow me to make a more reproducible and maintainable process, regardless of where Docker images are stored. I'm just trying to make this work, and I do not want to spend vast amounts of time doing it. But I don't want to do it so poorly that it's completely unusable, right? So in the future, if this is something I can get help with, then it's not. I understand it enough to point to the pieces, and someone can say, "No, that's wrong. We do it this way. This wrong. We do it this way." So, but I do not have the resources to run everything locally. Nor do I want to do it that way. If I can avoid that. So I'm a private GitLab instance, so I can run the task locally. So I sized it right. Okay. So I don't want to run those sorts of things locally because I do not have machines up. The only machine that's up 24/7 right now is actually that mini PC that Kubernetes is installed on. So yeah. And Mr. Anhorn, good morning. Hope you are well. Like if 32 gig, it's run all this stuff happily without any challenges. It's a 6900HX Ryzen 9 with 32 gig. Yeah. If there are things that are worthy of redoing, going through, what I want to do is I want to set up specific streams because I'm open to having learning streams, but they have to be kind of focused. That's the problem, right? I mean, like streams with guest and chat and going through learning. We've done it in the past. I actually got more comfortable with the entire Docker thing because Mr. Anhorn came on here years ago and walked me through some Docker stuff on stream. So I have been known to do that, and I have no issue with doing that sort of stuff. So, yeah, that's a long time ago now, right? Sunbeam says good morning. Yeah, yeah. Eh. We'll lean over here for a bit. Okay, so we can now configure a tunnel in Cloudflare using this. This wasn't necessarily working the same way before. So now, how do we use that tunnel? I'm sure the Cloudflare the Pulumi docs will tell us exactly how to use that tunnel, right? Like again, this is irritating me. Resources are created with functions. I'm sorry, but if you're looking at infrastructure as code, if you're at the point where you're looking at this as a product, why does that need to be stated? Like, I don't think, you know, oh, I've learned how to write hello world. Oh, let me go off and look at infrastructure as code. Oh, I'm learning about constructors. That doesn't seem very tailored to the audience that's going to be looking for this stuff. Uh, yeah. Oh, this isn't Cloudflare. This is Pulumi. Unless Cloudflare does the documentation. Oh, Cloudflare published. Okay, so Cloudflare is publishing this documentation. No, 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 no. This is all Pulumi. Um, don't know this one. I'll just swag it as reconnect an SSH tunnel. Or would never let people. That's my been there, done that, was painful. Well, again, why I'm trying to set up the tunnel is that extra piece. I do not want to provide access, and it is a recommended way. So, I'm a. Have you done the tunnel, Miss Ranhorn? Have you set up a tunnel with Cloudflare, or am I on uncharted ground here? So I need the piece on the Kubernetes side to use that tunnel. What is that? So let me go and look at what this was doing originally, because that might actually just give me some. I might be able to just pull that in now. No, but if you heavily use Pulumi Azure, and it's probably just as awesome. Because I publish everything to main, right? No, that's not prereqs. This is deploy. Yeah, okay. 2 months ago. 2 months ago I published this. Oof. That's rough. Cloudflare, apparently. Yes, so I need the daemon running locally. Is that actually still a thing? But that's that. Okay, so just still need to tunnel, no update, hello world. Okay. So it might just be a case of getting that piece back. If I go to, oh, this has all been moved around. This is the problem. Infrastructure, tunnel. So this is, I idiotically, oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Cloudflare. So now I shouldn't need the credentials though, should I? Or should I? Oh, come on. Yes. Yeah, so now I'm back to the initial problem I had. So this is okay. So create tunnel. That's actually going to create the tunnel. Um Configure. Okay. Hi, Harish. How you doing? Build configuration is a bit of a wrapper. Um, as I learn more, I can reflect back. Yes. So I'll worry about the naming and the organization afterwards, but two steps, right? Make sure the tunnel exists on the Cloudflare side. Now bring up the demon, how we pronounce it, right? Um uh namespace, ls tunnel. Do I have that imported? I do. Import star as Kate's. That's just going to pull that in as a, yeah. I'm just going to go back to how I had it. I know it's explicit, but it's fine. In this case, I don't mind. Normally, I would not like that. Okay, so we got all them there. It's a secret. So now I need to figure out the tunnel credentials. That's the thing. So this file is my nemesis now. So how do I create that? That is also I don't need variables for these things. That somehow that irks me a little bit because like I'm creating constructors for things. I'm just building them and I'm not actually using them and it just doesn't feel right. So I think I'm getting into a pattern of yeah, trying to create variables and it not being a thing, not being a necessary thing. So I need to figure out how to get well, that needs to be 2025. What is this one? I don't think latest exists on this, does it? Docker hub. You go lay down, bud? You want okay. Sit. There you go. No more. Tonka. CloudFlare. Blood. Date 2 days ago. If I don't specify anything there, it'll pull the latest, right? By default. Because one of the problems I've had with this is it falls out of date because they update it every couple of days. So if you are new to the stream, if you are, you're looking at what I'm doing and wondering, what the heck, welcome to the club. Right now I'm trying to figure out getting my infrastructure for my application deployed to Kubernetes. Nobody, you're not having any more cookies. No, stop. Are you really pouting? Oh. So yeah, I need to bring this. So this is the part that's I need pictures. Buddy. Buddy. No. Oh no, my dog hates cookies. We got a sample pack and they started hiding them and not eating them by the end. Oh dear. The marrow-bone treats. You're not having one. You've not done anything good. Sometimes I think he's actually smarter than he seems. I said, "You've not done anything good." And he sat down. He got off me and sat down. Okay. Problem solved. All gone. No more. See, all gone. Not hiding. For future reference, the Terraform Cloudflare docs might be a good resource. It appears that the Terraform provided the upstream package for the Pulumi Cloud. What? Ugh. Okay. So I am going to say we do not need to configure that CNAME right this second. I don't need to panic about that. If we can get the tunnel to come up, right? Now, the problem is I can't remember how to generate this. And there's many different ways. So like here, they say, oh yeah, run this. Create a tunnel API, zone DNS edit, account cloud. Okay, so create an API token. Oh, look. Connect an application. Content. Ah. We have all the things. Oh, TFM. Gym at 8 to 9 a.m. So I don't feel like starting work at all. Good morning, daughter. And I assume goodbye, daughter, because you'll be starting work. Sit down at the bottom. Interesting. Have a great day at work. Do your best. Okay, so this is actually giving me some of the information that I was missing. The door is open. You can go outside. I have no more cookies. You are not coming up on my lap. I'm reasoning with an animal that just wants hello. Come on. Come on. You're coming up on my lap. We're having Loki time. Okay. If you're going to come on stream, you at least say hello because I am not looking down at my lap and smiling again. You're definitely not having peanut butter and chocolate. Telling me it's a big softie. No, I definitely can't fit two. Sorry, Taylor. So, okay, now I've got a bigger challenge to figure out. So what I need to figure out is how do I get those credentials? Because it can't just, there's no way it just accesses the tunnel, right? You can't just bring up that demon, however you pronounce it, and have it work. There's nothing in that I'm providing it to say, oh, by the way, here's how to configure Cloudflare, right? There's nothing installed on the Kubernetes side that's going to do that for it. So something has to give it these credentials. Let's have a look. Credentials.yaml. Nope. Nope. Install and run the tunnel. Verify tunnel status. But it can't be this simple. But unless that's part of the problem, it is that simple now, and I'm missing something. But I don't understand how. So create a tunnel. Okay. So we create a tunnel. Awesome. But the tunnel secret and the token. You'll need these values to configure and run the tunnel. Next steps depend. So we need token and ID, right? Before you connect an application through your tunnel, you must add a website to CloudFlare, change your domain. I've done those pieces. Make a put request to route your local service to a public host name. That's done, right? I've configured those pieces. Your ingress rules must include a catch-all. Create a DNS record for your application. So that's the piece I'm missing. I don't know. How do I do this piece? So I know where that is. I think that's tunnel ID.cfargotunnel.com, right? So if I put that CNAME in there, right? So that would be tunnel ID, that. Right? This DNS record allows Cloudflare to proxy traffic to your Cloudflare tunnel. Gotcha. Okay. Connect to private network through your tunnel. Add a tunnel route. Well, I'm not connecting to a private network. Now install and run the tunnel. So Cloudflare service install tunnel token. But that's not. But I'm not installing the service. I'm installing a container, configure a tunnel. Here we go. Token. So they have changed it. So this is what I need. Okay. So I don't need. I don't need that config YAML anymore. Tunnel. So args. That's not. So that's. Knock it off, bud. But this is the. Okay, so they do support latest. So they're saying. I mean, if I don't need the config map, that's awesome. So they're saying Cloudflare tunnel, no auto update. Yeah, Kubernetes environment, the metric server needs to listen outside the pod. Any pod in the namespace. I don't. Metrics. 0.0.0.2000. Run. Then args. Tunnel. No, no, token. I'm trying to type with one arm with a dog's head on it, who's really happy now, by the way. And he hasn't done this in months. And then that token, where do I pull that token from? Is this why I end up with it back in Pulumi, just so I got it as a reference that I can have it as a secret? Because most of this is identical. That's fine. But I wouldn't need volume mounts. And I don't need the config map anymore if this is true. Right? Because I don't need any of that. Because I don't need the credentials if I've got the token. So this is what broke, because they changed how they do it. Don't need that. Don't need that. If this works, I'm happy, but where do is that the same token? Because they say tunnel token. The only thing I'm passing into Docker is a token and the command. Yeah. Okay. So it is. I think it is right. I think they've changed it. That's why it broke, because the credentials. I updated the tunnel version to 2025 and it all changed. It mentions somewhere, copy the ID and token values shown in the output. Connect an application. It says somewhere before, afterwards. Install on your server and tunnel using the token value obtained and create. You can also get the tunnel token using the token endpoint. Okay, this is this one. Okay. Uh, but oh, hold on though. So I'm creating the tunnel as part of. Okay, if I do pulling me down. Yeah. Okay. Right. So my point is, if I go to here now, is that tunnel gone? Yes, the tunnel is removed. So that token for that tunnel only lives while this is built, right? So do I have a token when I get a tunnel? Where do I get that from in the API? Because that token is not the same as my account token. That token gives me the ability to create the tunnel, right? That Cloudflare API token is not the tunnel token. So how do I get that tunnel token through this? Yeah, and by the way, your title on YouTube makes a massive difference. Um, if you create a tunnel, you can get the idea of the tunnel. Right. Uh, but how do I do that through Pulumi? Or am I going to end up trying to write an API client for Pulumi for Cloudflare inside of my Pulumi? Zero Trust Cloudflare. Create zero trust options, tunnel secret, inputs, outputs, status, ton type. Oh, here we go. No. Tunnel secret. No. Oh, really, bud? Can you one-time generate? You should not be creating an. So, okay, so that begs a question. Okay, I agree. Basically, if I create the tunnel and configure the tunnel, I could store these values, right? I don't need that API token. I don't need any of that. Why create the APIs? If that's not what is intentional, if that is not what is intended, why create all this stuff? What good would this stuff have if, right? You're not making this easy, Loki. Um, the get is if you build one yourself and want to pull it from a provider. Right. But it still doesn't provide the token, does it? The token doesn't come back in that. It's not tunnel secret. No, that's something different. I think it's just to facilitate new deployments that are volatile. You okay, bud? What are you doing? Okay, you're gonna lie on my arm. Um, so okay, add a tunnel, CloudFlare tunnel, uh, liquid sky tunnel, save tunnel. Install and run. Store your token carefully. Okay, so that's my token. Right. That's my tunnel token. To put a chair next to you. It wouldn't sit on it. It'd still sit on me. Okay. So now, next. So now we need those rules. Right. Path. The Aspire stuff won't work. The Aspire stuff I still need to. This has to be Pulumi right now. No, what am I doing? Path is that. Service is that. No, HTTP. That. Host name is required. Liquid Sky software. Hold on. Let's go back there. Delete tunnel. Add a tunnel. Liquid Sky tunnel. Are we sure it's not tunnel secret? Yes. Because I mind, even if it was that Mojo, even if I'd set that to what that value is, it still would be incorrect because I've deleted it and removed it. And if it's going to create a new one every time, it still wouldn't be correct. So yeah, 100% certain it's not tunnel secret in that instance. Because we use tunnel secret to create the tunnel. Yes. Yeah. But either way, to the point. So if creating this tunnel every time, bringing this tunnel up and down every time is not the right way, then I don't need any of this code. And I can just get this up and running by getting that token there. So I just need to then set a Pulumi secret of that tunnel and then get that there. And that should be good. I just need to configure the tunnel first. Which I'm okay with. I don't mind having them manually create a tunnel. So this is in here is the token, right? This command includes a sensitive token that allows the connector to run. Anyone with access to this token will be able to run the tunnel. So that is what changed on me. that way of doing this. There was different credentials previously. Also, you have to be very careful because these keys, they look identical. They change by very few characters. Okay, next. Add public host name. So Liquid Sky Software goes to ACP, optional path. So we do that one. There. Loki doke. I love you, buddy, but come on. That goes to there. Complete setup. It'll let me do the rest in a second. Error. CNAME record with that host already exists for more details. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me now. You have to create the tunnel secret. CloudFlare doesn't auto-generate it, says Frank Peter. Yeah. Messed up one time, I used a token on another machine and it just caused connection issues before because it tried to connect to the wrong one. It took me a while to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. Edit. Why does it? Optional. Save. Okay. I'm being dumb. Watch. let's not be stupid. Let's not be stupid. We've got the tool we need. Right? No. Because I don't think it'll give me. It shouldn't be www. I've got the tool I need to demonstrate it for me, right? What it's creating. See, that doesn't have anything. Loki, it's not them. It's not them. I know. What was that? Okay. Tunnels. So we go here now, configure. Public hostname liquid sky.software. Edit. Yeah, no. Okay. I give up. And start. But it didn't give me the option to add a public hostname. Yes. Yes. He often gets his sister in trouble because he chews things. Yeah. I don't think I have access to the token for this one, do I? I do. So I can do it that way. But now I've got Pulumi configuration in the way, so let me do Pulumi down. Now I know what I'm creating. He says with confidence. Okay, buddy. I love my arm's going to sleep. And my butt, because I've got an extra £50 on me. Afterwards. Okay? I'm an awful person. If I had a bigger chair, Oh dear. Okay, let's do this. Let's do. He's out of sorts because the family's not here, and he wants them to come back. In a minute, he'll go sulk. Off he goes. So he will either now go in the living room and lay on the sofa, or he'll go and find something and chew it up. Okay, there we go. So we got rid of the tunnel. Let's add a new tunnel. Select CloudFlare. We'll call this LS tunnel. Same way. Copy that. Paste it over there. It's so confusing. Next time, if I do that again, give him a nice bone to chew. They chew everything. What's the matter, buddy? Oh. Forgot to lock the standing desk out. There you go. Go check on your sister. Where's Taylor gone? Okay. Not that. I need to get some food. Okay, so we copied that. Route the tunnel. Optional liquid sky. We take this HTTP. Take that. Please out. Service URL is not valid. Oh. And that host already exists. Let's put the wildcard in right this second. Yeah, that's fine. Configure that. Public host names. Add a public host name. And then we have no path. That one. Error and CNAME record with that host already exists. Hey, Valorant Gamer. How you doing? How are things? I love how they give you this. It's not an actual link. You review existing DNS, which would make sense. DNS. It's not zero trust though. Gateway, DNS. Come on. Edit. Save. Error getting DNS record. Don't open what page on stream? DNS records. That would require me to find it. Why does this work if I bring the tunnel up this way? So what am I doing differently here? I don't get it. Like, no happy eyeballs. Keep alive. TCP. That's fine. But it doesn't. Mm, gotcha. Yeah, just to make sure you're comfortable with that one. Pages on the main screen. You're missing out on WAF protection. DNS records. There we go. Liquid Sky software. CNAME. Oh, I know why. Got it. Okay. Proxy connection. It is that because I get it. It's because it creates the tunnel. Um, yeah, let's do, and it actually creates to your point, module. It creates a www record as well. Your IPs that are leaked, not mine. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yep, it's the point. It's the entire purpose of why I'm trying to do this, right? Um, the entire purpose of setting up this tunnel is so that I can try and at least host this temporarily. Um, hey, Radio Patrick, how's it going? Oh, by the way, um, it's been in here a while. Um, sounds like a great opportunity for a VPN sponsorship. Surfshark, right? That's the one we use. Oh, that's the one we should use, right? Um, thank you for the follow, by the way. If you are new to the stream, if you have any questions, join the club. Um, um, you're more than welcome to ask. I am trying to muddle through this. I know that it is a struggle. I am not a studied in all the networking pieces, so this is so sometimes I'm not knowing what I'm looking at. I'm trying to get back to development, but I would like this up and running and working. Tailscale funnels are an equivalent to CloudFlare tunnels, but also have no clue what's happening. And network is hard, yes. But I'm doing okay, full disclosure. I would prefer to do this off stream. I would prefer to model through this and get this done. I would, I don't like, I don't mind failure, but I mind this level of failure. I mean, but I realize that coming on stream and going, oh, look, I've got a Cloudflare tunnel up and running is just disingenuous because it's not what happened. So I'm trying to share that struggle. I know I'm not the only one doing this. I know I'm not the only one struggling through this sort of stuff. This is not easy things. Easy things. This is not easy stuff to go through, and that's going to be difficult. Yeah, if you are looking for an entertaining stream, Radio Patrick streams. I'm in the evenings. He has movie nights, which is sometimes good to go and hang out with. Some movies I get along with. and get hooked on and sit and watch the entire thing. Um, uh, it's crazy because you're just trying to navigate a file path on a different computer. Like I said yesterday, most people see themselves failing. I see myself failing on this for a week. Yeah. Okay, so this will now work. I am very confident this will now work because error getting DNS record for, but you should be creating the DNS records. That's the point. It's the entire point. We do it. We go again. So it might have taken a while to filter through. So what I just did is it creates a CNAME record for the Cloudflare tunnel ID dot the Fargo tunnel, etc. Right? Or maybe I created those tunnel IDs. I thought it did. I thought it created them for me. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. You know what? I probably need to create it. Tunnels. Add a tunnel. Let's go back here. Learn more. Can't create a record with no name. I get it. LS tunnel. Right. So we're going to copy that. I'm going to paste that right below that. Okay, it changes more than I realized. Okay, that's fine. It just looks like it doesn't shift very much. Next, complete setup. Fix the 3 form fields. Okay. HTTP. Just going to set this one up. There we go. It does create it for you. Yes, there we go. CNAME's configured. Okay. Cool. Configure public host names, add public host name, Liquid Sky software. Now we need this version. Select HTTP, and then select that. Save that. There we go. No DNS changes were made. That goes up there. It's got the catch-all in place. Okay, we're slightly happier. It has not created a www record though. That's interesting. I guess we'll see. Okay, but it has created the CNAME for Liquid Sky software, pointing to that tunnel ID, right? That's the gateway needs to be public. No, that's exactly again. That's exactly why I'm doing this, so that the gateway doesn't have to be public. So we don't need any of this right this second, right? And now we can remove that. Can remove that. So if we go back to our tunnel here, this ID here. For reference, by the way, this is what it was wanting the CNAME. This is the CNAME that it was trying to make me add. This is what it adds itself when you use the dashboard there, but it doesn't do that when you use this tool to create the. You have to create that CNAME as part of it. So even though it registers these pieces, you still have to go and add the CNAME as a separate step. But the dashboard does that for you. That's what it just added. That CNAME. So let's do this part now. Now, I do have a token. We are going to get the token by doing this. CloudFlare. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to move this over here. I agree to like I haven't been here the whole time. I don't know if you're also considering the TTL. When you add DNS records, it might take a minute before it's available. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So Pulumi config set liquid sky cloud flared token. We now set that to this rather long string. How I use keyboard. Oh, dash secret. Gotta tell it's encrypted. It won't let you just put it in there. Recently, where Firefox couldn't navigate to a website after DNS record. Yeah, it takes a while for it to. And also, don't forget what DNS is. It requires it to filter through systems that also resolve that name to that IP address. So, yeah. Okay. So, in that case, I need to. No, don't you start now. He's settled and now you're starting. What? Go outside. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. So here's the thing. So it's a beautifully sunny day right this second. We're due a lot of thunderstorms in a little bit. Although that looks like that's changed. Not till tonight. Oh, nice. It's all cleared up. Ooh. A thunderstorm about 8 o'clock. I have 90 degrees today. The door's open. So I've left the door open so they can go in and out while it's nice. There is a risk Taylor steals things. She'll steal anything and take it outside and chew it. But they wanted me to walk them outside. That was what the cry was. Please just take us outside. Joy. Okay, so we now need to get this. However, it isn't as simple as that, is it? I need to get the actual string. I need to find an example of doing this. Storage. This is all asynchronous. Yeah, blah, blah. Nice to be loved, isn't it? Uh, yes. If you want to you want to go to an entertaining stream, I highly recommend. Did you really only just follow them? Maybe. I suppose you're not around much with wow. No, maybe he's been developing Barely Fit, which is a really great fitness application, and it is he's been developing that on stream. He's also in search of a job, and he's sharing a lot of his yeah. He's looking at the best gen of Subarus right now. Oh, he's very easily squirreled, by the way. If you just want random conversation, uh, and a little less managing mind, yeah. You go where you want to go. um, hmm, have I really got to do it that way? So this will not give me a string. It'll give me an output of string. So then I have to do apply. So that's what I was just looking at. So apply t goes to t dot. That gives me a string. Death Parks, hello. How's it going? Has been a while. Yes. Right now, I am hopefully about to overcome a struggle with. See, the problem is that's gonna save that in that token I've just put as a secret, right? If I type the wrong thing on stream now, so yeah, now I'm not gonna risk it, right? Because the autocomplete whatever fluff that's in my um PowerShell is going to suggest that token. Every time I say Pulumi config, it's going to go, oh, do you want this token? Which completely defeats the point. Had a rough beginning of the year due to health issues, but doing well now. Well, I'm sorry to hear you had issues, and but glad to hear you are doing better. Okay, so yeah, the moment I type Pulumi, it's like, oh, you want this config? So I would have shown that on stream. So we're just going to Pulumi up that. I'll share if it works. Well, you'll know. The cheers and the screaming will help. Come on, some success. Just a little bit of success. Maybe. Thank you very much for the raid. I did not get to beat you to it. How did things go? Guess I'm being brought back. You get out and it's pull you back in. we have a tunnel. Whether it'll work or not, it requires the rest of the stuff to work. But yeah, we have a tunnel. Stop talking about Subarus. Hey, Bluetooth, how you doing? I figured you streamed a bit longer. Yeah. I need food. Well, go get food. Start your stream up again, and I'll right back. We'll just work that way from now on. So, check out Ashes of Owls, by the way. I saw the follow. I appreciate the follow. I have today off, yes. I shall certainly follow. Also, looks like racing games. React TV. iRacing. I will follow. Nice. Get the cost of owning a Subaru. Hi, Ashes, thank you very much for the follow. And welcome in. Subaru. Hi, anyone. Okay, we have a tunnel. We have a tunnel configured. It's a glorious moment. We're going to remove all that fluff. We're going to take all this stuff. We're going to put it back up here. We're going to delete that. We're going to remove all that fluff. We don't need any CloudFlare APIs. Awesome. We have a deployment. No configuration required. No config map required. Let's delete that. I got the prompter working yesterday. I need to look at the prompter. TBD, your voice is calm to code to calm to code. That's a manager's voice for sure. Oh, manager's voice. Oh no. Well, I appreciate the compliment, I think. Okay. So we have a tunnel. It is kind of working. It doesn't do anything because if I go to Liquid Sky software, it's just going to go, no, there's nothing there because it's just not functioning. Because it's inactive. Healthy. They come from my stream where I'm just wailing like an unhinged ice cream banshee. Yes, there is no music here. There's just my voice and the sound of tears from many failures. So welcome in. If you haven't been here before, the project that I am trying to build is this one. I have two projects I do on stream primarily. Liquid Sky is my main love. It's my take on a project management site, a la Jira. Blative, thank you very much for the sub. I sincerely appreciate that. So I'm working on Liquid Sky, which I'll show shortly. I'm working on another project, and that's the one that maybe was probably referring to, is developers.stream. So I'm trying to get that figured out from a deployment perspective as well. It just seems to be my lot in life right this second. And developers.stream is a platform intended to help find streamers regardless of platform. So the idea is that we can add in extra platforms. We can add in the ability to find someone by the language they use or whatever labels they want to be identified by, and search on YouTube or Twitch, etc., or LinkedIn or whatever platforms we end up adding on there. But developers.stream is an open source project, whereas Liquid Sky is not. Liquid Sky is, and I was just shown a Jira alternative this morning, an open source one that is worked on, has had contributions from 134 developers. I'm never going to meet that, but I will try my best. So Project Liquid Sky is a project management tool intended to be, again, my alternative to Jira. I don't like Jira. I don't like the way it works. I don't like how difficult it is. So I have initiatives, I have planning items. Planning items are for product teams to go off and dream up all the requirements they have, all the requirements they might want, and not put them in front of developers until they're ready. Right. So the goal is that product teams would work inside of this side of the house and they dream up all the planning they want. And when they're ready, they tell the developers, and the developers can go and task those things out in the way they need to task them out. So they can go and create tasks that are technical and small and estimable. They can estimate them. So they can estimate them and save their estimates. And that work is cleaner and easy to understand from a developer's perspective. So the developers live in one side of the house, the product team lives in the other, and they join together by these requirements. They can use sprints and drag and drop the same way. But yeah, estimation is just that. It is an estimation, and the more consistent your code base is, the easier things are to estimate. But in a crazy environment, why you don't need to estimate as long as you can show progress. So the aim here is to very much show progress without having to be asked all the time, where are we with this? I always read this as lads. So yeah, very much trying to separate the two sides of the business, or the two aspects of the same thing, right? The product team is going to dream up things. Why put them in front of developers as stories sat in the backlog that look like work to be done, but you could have hundreds of stories sat there forever. You don't know the difference between actual work to be done, and the backlog gets, unless you have a stunning product manager, your backlog stacks up quickly. So yeah, that is Project Liquid's guys. So right now I am trying to figure out the deployment of said product again after breaking it several weeks ago and not having the ability to repair it. We just got the tunnel back up, which is a major step forward. I have broken out infrastructure from the actual application. Right now they're in the same repo. That's going to stay that way for right this second. I will learn my lessons as I go here. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions, good or bad, on what I'm doing, I'm always welcome. I'm always happy to engage in a conversation, but I do reserve the right to do it my way if it makes sense to me, right? It's I like to learn how different people approach things. I like to learn about opinions of people, and I like to have conversations about those things. Fortunately, I can only comprehend so much. So, but welcome in. Okay, so we have the tunnel. That is a major step forward. We move to the next failing thing, which, strangely enough, is actually storage. And this is the piece where I would love, now I've done it, right? I would love to get this working, right? Because basically Aspire provides the ability for you to write the configuration and produce the Helm charts. They're not right though, and they miss a lot of the content, and it doesn't work. So sadly, it's just not quite there yet. They are working on that. That is in preview, and I would love to say I could contribute, but I do not have that sort of time to be able to go off and learn what they're doing there. Storage. I've been dealing with Kubernetes storage for like a week. So yeah, we as much as I would love to do that. Yes. Okay, so let's go to here and LS storage. So storage contains several pieces. SQL Server, Redis, and MongoDB is what I'm counting as storage. SCC. I do not use that. Oh, storage class. Again, this idea of using new things and not having variables to use. I had to figure out how to use shared drives in AKS. AI was so unhelpful when all it needed to do was use the other type of volume. Yeah, I'm yeah. Hey Mitch, Kubernetes is definitely in preview. We chatted about the challenges you were having and figured out what we can do for Kubernetes support in the next few releases. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, I did give it a go actually, just to try and go through those pieces. I got the configuration building. Um, but yeah, I was it actually changed my perspective because all of a sudden this becomes feasible because then I can do it all in Aspire. Um, so I have the local and the yeah, gotcha. So I got the SQL Server configuration built out the same way I had it in Pulumi, with the volumes and stuff. But it didn't create most of it. It didn't create any persistent volumes. But yeah, you don't need a bug a bug report. I will continue to try it, because I think it does head in the right direction for me. Yeah. Um, if you're going to create one, you might also want to use a resource where it's going to be referenced. Will probably help make sure it's built and available before usage. Gotcha. I was concerned how many challenges you're having finding the Kubernetes package in the first place, but the NuGet UX issue there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Napalm. How you doing? I hate cold sores. They're the worst. Yeah. 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 So anyway, I am infused by the progress there. So I will definitely check out future previews and continue to try that. So I'm not going to remove these pieces. I kind of see the path now a little bit more. So, which was good. And I will happily drop all of this. Because then if I can do that, then I can have the infrastructure components where I can run them locally, and then I can say, hey, publish them, by the way. And I can also set up my entire Liquid Sky stack in the same manner, from its app host, and deploy it and build the Helm charts. And I don't mind committing the Helm charts. I think that's actually um, the way I'm comfortable with now. So yeah, I appreciate all the effort you put into helping me the other day, and it's opened my eyes. Yeah. Uh, right now, working in the CLI plumbing for generating deployment artifacts. You've been doing deployments if you want, but for the most part, we're focusing on Docker Compose and Azure first. Yeah, makes sense. Azure definitely makes sense. Once we get the base working, we'll work on Kubernetes. Yeah. Well, I will continue to keep an eye on that and move that forward. But so let's see if I can get the storage to come up. So my problems started when I brought the system down to get the deployment to run again, because again, I hadn't separated my infrastructure from my development deployments. So in the future, I can have the development piece retrigger and redeploy. That is what my thought is here. When things change in the production images of my application stack. However, database, RabbitMQ, Mongo, all these extra pieces should not be. Yeah. Cheerio. Bye, Mitch. Thank you very much. You're in Australia as well, so I appreciate you being on quite late. The elusive long stream. Yes, it is a day off work. I highly recommend you go and read up on Juneteenth if you are not aware of why it's a day off work. Um, so it is for me too. Boss is out of the office, and I think I might be caught up. Nice. Actually, Napalm, I might actually want to pick your brains on a work thing soon. I'm trying to design something, and it feels like it's over-engineered. I've kind of mentioned some of the stuff before, but I might want to pick your brains if that's okay. Yes. I need to just take 1 second to figure out what I do want to do for breakfast, because I'm getting very hungry, and Also, Stony, if you're still around, you mentioned the other day that because you were asking me about a budget for design of Liquid Sky. It is not high, but I could come up with a figure if you have people that are not that are looking for a chance to do something like that. I cannot afford AAOA's sort of rates though. That is not within budget. I have looked at what I would need from him, and that is not on the cards. If you're still around, Stony, I want French toast. I want an omelette. Mm, Getting to the hungry to the point of distraction piece. So let's go into so we've settled on eggs. We just don't know the format. Put an omelette between two pieces of French toast. I'm watching my weight. um, it would at least be on the side. Um, yeah, I'm getting hungry. Taylor, this is yours. There you go. That's hers, Loki. You had one. You had one, buddy. Don't look all disappointed. Sidebar, in Hawaii, I had the most amazing spam and Portuguese sausage. I know I shouldn't like spam, but spam is good. Okay, let's just try and do this. Let's bring this up. So, unfortunately, I am going to have to for the remainder of the stream, and until I figure out how to toggle the auto complete stuff, I'm gonna have to keep the Pulumi stuff off screen, while I type stuff at least. So what I'm trying to do right this second is I'm trying to bring up the SQL Server pieces. And I might as well just bring up Mongo and Redis at the same time. They're not going to be a problem. And I need the pods to start. And I need to be able to connect to the pods and be able to see the data. And this is where everything went wrong. So when I was starting this conversation before, and Mitch came in. When I brought everything down and brought it back up again, because I was bringing the entire stack down, the SQL Server storage failed to come back. And it looks like it's doing the same thing again. So, okay, so we have SQL Server 0. Why is that still SQL Server 0? That's weird. Oh, did that actually work? It's not right. It's not named correctly. Okay. No, not a spam omelet. Notepad and console history today. Thank you for the follow, by the way. No, I've got spam and Portuguese sausage omelet in my mind. Is that what it is? Gotcha. Thank you. I wish there was actually somewhere that did decent omelets. That's the problem. Okay. We have a place locally. I don't know how widespread it is. It's called the Pancake Factory. And the worst thing to do is pancakes. Okay, so what I need to do there now is I need to go to the network services, LS SQL service. Okay, so that's the same name, so that's fine. Um, so I need to do kubectl port forward svc ls SQL service ls storage. Okay, so that will allow me to connect to this. We don't need developers.stream. Liquid Sky, this window. This facilities in Ohio, family run biz. It was a very cool place. Even sent me out the door with a takeout iced coffee without asking. Nice. Oh, container fun. Yes. So my application is you could argue over engineered. There's no doubt about that. It is deliberately over engineered though. It is deliberately designed. So my overall application looks like this. Right. So I have many components, each with their own databases. I use MongoDB, Kafka, GraphQL, Redis, YARP gateway here. It is deliberately designed this way, right? It is not something that I'm like, oh, I'm naively just going into this application. Look, this is what I've learned. This is, can I do this? Where do I want to learn the lesson? Like, use the technologies and learn as I go, which is why I say that I'm open to opinions. If you don't like agree with this start, I know that some people are coming and go, why do you have so many databases? That's just a waste. You should just have one database server or one database. It's just overly complicated and much more to manage. I realize there is a management cost here. I realize there is a challenge for doing this, but this is a way of developing, right? And I can support those shiny things, right? I built plenty of this stuff, so I get it. So yeah, so I don't know. I still feel the need to defend myself on some of this because I feel that people be looking at me like, so naive. I didn't want to make a monolith. I did not. I've dealt with enough monoliths. I did not want to make this application start out as a monolith. It was a deliberate choice. I knew that I wasn't going to get to an MVP very quickly doing it this way. Deliberate choice. So, you know, could I explore the idea of having these different schemas? Absolutely. Right now, they're all independent databases. And honestly, from a development perspective, it works. It feels good. I can develop quickly. I can change things quickly. I can condense. I can extract, and everything. And I've done that many times so far. So I am practicing that art. Yeah. Different stories require for different data: time series, real time, summarization, vector. Yeah. And again, when it comes time to introduce complicated search, I can add a component here which has search, expose it as an API, and do that. If I want to test using different technologies or updating versions of these, I can do that, and I can actually load balance them through the gateway to go to A/B test. It's also a way to get more experience managing something with more complex architecture. Yeah. So, and now I screenshot your service layout so I can use it as a test case for my SOA scaffolder. Nice. No, if you want to talk about this stuff off stream, if you want to ask questions or you want to see more specifics, let me know. I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. I don't share this as open source, but I am happy to talk about this off stream as well. So yeah. Distributed transactions becomes the problem concerning these models, always trade-offs. Yeah, understanding what it means to have distributed data, understanding the consequences of having things that may or may not exist. The view kind of builds itself out. So if an object has dependencies on other objects, it scaffolds out the basics of those objects and saves them there, so that that data is the integrity of that data is correct, even if it's not wider. It creates all the relevant data holders for the expectation that those messages are coming in. Dealing with eventing and stuff. Right now, there is no global events that are occurring. So something happening in planning is not triggering something in notifications, but something happening in planning will publish data. So I'm using Kafka for data state transfer, however you term it. And that's transmitting my data across the system. So different pieces can do their jobs. Um, so think 30 or more containers all like this. Usually we're clicking Kafka there. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. So, you don't get to do this oftentimes in a regular job. You don't get to design this system and have it work, right? So a lot of this is I wanted to do this. I had this vision 10 years ago of doing it this way, of building a system in the way I'm doing it. So I'm building it that way. And do I want to make a product? Yes, I want to make a product. I want to take it to that point. Um, I work in a large enterprise environment with many moving parts, using Azure Service Bus for communication between them. Um, I'd have a central event store. Well, yeah, I'm using Kafka. That's a bit conflicting. Everything we call microservices in the real world is not a true microservice architecture. There, I said it. We like to put labels on things. And then we all have different visions of what it actually entails. Oh, this is a microservice. No, it's not. It's a module to an application. It's a mini monolith, right? This is a distributed monolith. These are just mini monolithic components, essentially. SOA, yeah. Yeah. So we all have, um, yeah. So I'm trying to learn the pieces necessary to move the application forward. I'm trying to build as much as I can. Honestly, as a solo developer, this is absolute insanity, right? You just don't do this because there's just too many moving parts. Now, the fact that I can actually retain, knowledge of how all this works and I'm trying, what I do is I try and focus on um the consistency. So the behavior of the application is always the same, right? So an API sends a command, the application layer picks it up. If it's more complicated than it needs to be, it will use a service to wrap all this behavior together. When data changes, why is my monitor just turned off? When data changes, it will publish an integration event that will then trigger that out to the wider system. Virtual paper, hello. Every function should be its own microservice running in its own K pod. That is the way. As long as your pipeline, Terraform, Ansible, Helm is good, it's all good. That's what we're trying to work on, right? We're trying to work on the stabilization thing. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah. So it looks like in all this mess, I lost no data. That is the database. Can we actually do this? Let's turn on the other pieces and not scare it. Yeah, I'm going full in. I'm not even going to mess around with, let's turn some pieces on and let's bring it up gradually. This is the next piece that's going to fail. Kafka, 100%. It always fails. Just when I think I've got it and it's going to be fine, it fails. I just don't know what you're building. So right now I am focused on the deployment of this application. I brought this down a few weeks ago and it didn't come back up. So I'm trying to get a little better bit by bit on the deployment component. Not perfect, but getting there. I have no interest in Kafka. It just seems way too complicated for me. Just use AWS Kinesis. I don't even know what AWS Kinesis is. So again, I'm not using Kafka as a service bus. I'm not using it as a event store. I'm using it for state transfer. So I publish an integration event, which essentially is just, here's the object in its current state. So if something changes in planning, if a planning item is added, it publishes the integration event. Yes, Kafka is expensive. Oh, is AWS Kinesis very expensive, Kafka? I mean, Kafka isn't cheap. Okay, let's bring this up and see. So we're going to do volume it up. We're just going to go all in, -F. No challenges. Still haven't figured out breakfast, by the way. So I'm going to stream for a good while longer. So I am building. Did I actually start? Yeah, yeah. So what I am actually building is my own uh, my own Jira essentially. Um, I've been building this for over a year. What I've been doing, I focus on um, separating product management from developers. The idea is that the product management can do what they want over here, and then the developers do what they want over here, and join back together on requirements, so that product management is not interfering. Actually, I remove the requirement from this. I need to put that back. Um, um, uh, Using Rabbit for service. Yes, so I'm using RabbitMQ with Mass Transit on top for service bus pieces. So there is going to be, once the application get right now, this is an overly complicated CRUD application, right? For the most part, there's very little interactivity. What I'm trying to do is get this deployment round out the way so that people can tinker with Liquid Sky if they want to, and provide any feedback. But then I want to move towards the larger part of the system, which is the notifications component, the piece that is going to say, "Oh, these things changed. You care about these things. Let me tell you about those things," and start doing that. So I'm going to publish notifications. So leaning more into those eventing components. Um, uh, Sarcasm. Um, I'm trying to catch up. You guys are talking. There's a player's problem. I'll drop in the bucket for them, generally speaking. Would I use it? Probably not for anything personal, but I doubt I'm going to do anything of this magnitude in my personal life, unless, of course, you're as dedicated as DBD gamer. Management will handle it unless you are the architect. Um, Alerting and budgeting, correct, and move on. Yeah, this is often a challenge, right? Because we can build, we can um I've been trying to work on some new stuff at work, in terms of using more cloud infrastructure. But it's a challenge because I don't know what it costs, and how to estimate the cost effectively is something that you need to learn how to do. Sorry, Tails. I need to move my feet because I can't be comfortable. So now I've got a dog under my feet as well. Um, it's become a bit of a joke, and that's kind of what Napalm's playing off, right? This joke that cloud bills just run out of control because you have no idea the actual cost. Um, but it's also stopping me from designing stuff and worrying about what I'm building, because if it runs up the cost, they'll be like, "Oh, we can't do this." Well, what do you want to do then? You've got only so understanding how this is why this isn't in the cloud, by the way. There's no intention for me to put this in the cloud at this point. The only time this would go to cloud is if this product is making money or is set to make money. Um, but yeah, keeping an eye on that is not easy. Um, so like I said, I deployed developers.stream, 3 APIs, and it deployed a database, and it cost $5 over the weekend. It wasn't doing anything. It was actually all three of them were erroring and looping. Yeah, it'd have to make bang for you to cloud this. Yes, yes, and I understand that, right? I understand that. I have servers in Colo and run VMware OpenShift for my prod dev news. Yeah. So my thought of this is if I can get this to a product level, right? If I can get this to be a product, then I will. Um, oh yeah, there we go. I will Colo it. Yeah. So buy some servers. Um, it doesn't need a lot, right? Right now, uh, well, right now this is running on my machine, but when I get this up and running, are they working? Are they? Please tell me that work. Ah, console. Where are these names coming from now? These don't look. Um, yeah. So right now, this machine that I'm deploying to is a Ryzen 6900HX mini PC with 32 gig of memory, and it will happily run it. So it will run Liquid. This is Liquid Sky running on my dev machine. It runs it faster than this with everything hosted on a $300 mini PC. So yeah, I am confident that, obviously scale. I realize that scale is a thing, that this is one person, and I'm going to have to do performance testing and load testing of those things to prove how long that will last. But right now, it will work. So yeah, this is Liquid Sky. This is the my focus for this stream. Um, and again, if you have questions or opinions, um, please feel free. Good or bad. I'm happy to sit here and take abuse. It's fine. I'd rather learn through doing and growing than fail. Why are you failing, console? Consider wiping your data. Oh, it's because it's been down for more than 7 days. It's that problem, Mojo. If you're still around. Uh, how do I fix that? Start refusing to rejoin cluster because server's been offline for more than the configured server rejoin age. Consider wiping your data there. Hey man, why don't you integrate agent AI to make this tool even better? Thanks. How would it make it better? Just I'm probing deliberately. How would it make it better? What do you think would make what? How would it be used? Is a joke. Okay. Is that you? um, I'm always serious. Uh, no, but I heard it's a joke. um, Again, you don't know, and I don't want to treat something as a joke that isn't a joke. That's yeah. Currently allowed server age. Um, I built my lab out for some of the reasons so my software would run natural like it would in a prod setting. Filter fiber backend and distro servers on the same target software. You're doing good. Yeah, nice. You treat me as a joke all the time. No, no. So okay, to address that, right? Yes, that is a I will share. So I have experimented. I actually did experiment with where are you? Scratch ideas. Chat with LSBot. So I have experimented with pulling up a model and having it walk me through. This is a conversation I had with having it build out requirements for me. So yeah, that is an intent. So the goal is that when the product team goes to their planning, right, they want an initiative, they start an initiative with a conversation and they have it generate all the relevant pieces for them. That is the goal. I was interested to see how he thought, but I didn't want to jump the gun there. So the idea would be these planning items can be evolved and added to by using the agent to say, oh, and by the way, I have context of other ideas and initiatives. And I also want a user to be able to develop things with their context, right? Not the entire context, but the context of what they've done so they can evolve. Again, I'm trying to encourage a cycle here where product teams do the things they should do, which is go through, validate things, make sure the requirements they're putting in are useful, that it's being guided properly, and yeah. So it is a plan, but again, it's a there's a lot of work there. I need other foundational components to move, but that is the goal. So that yeah, that's the speech way. Uh, have a good day. Starting my day now. Mr. Anhorn, have a great day. Thank you for coming hanging out. Hope you have a productive productive day. My problem is I would do more of this stuff if someone to work with less finishing video games didn't exist and was more fun. I love doing this. I would love to work with a team, right? I would love to be able to do this. Yeah, fishing. So this is gonna sound very I don't mean this in a oh woe is me pity way, right? I don't have a friends group, so I don't have anything else to do. So I don't do things like fishing, etc. I would love to. I have fishing rods, but I don't have a group there, and I don't. Um, uh, I it's funny. I'm more of a personable. Like I like to go and do that sort of stuff with other people and to have the chat as well. Probably because I spend most of my day sat in a room doing nothing, right? So yeah, yeah. So for me, clearing my mind is karate right now. Um, I'd like you more if you had redeems, but I think you're pretty cool. Oh, thanks. Um, and video games are also I collect video games, so they are also a weakness. But I force myself every day to not play Gran Turismo, and to not play video games of a very large collection, and uh, I try and focus on getting some development done, right? And I want to learn, I want to get better. I live in my chair in front of my computer. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of us actually do. Um, so, but yeah, when I moved countries, I didn't establish a new friends group. So I don't have, we don't have family, we don't have friends. So yeah, so cheaply bought. um, yeah, I need the accent. Yeah, so originally from the Manchester area in the UK, and this is this is almost 20 years of New Jersey. My wife is texting me, and I daren't ignore that. So I still haven't figured out breakfast. Apparently, no one does spam and Portuguese sausage omelette here. Um, yeah, Midwest. Yeah, I'm in New Jersey. I've been here for almost 20 years. To Americans, I sound like a British person. To British people, I sound like an American when I'm there. Apparently, you can still hear my accent though. So, okay, phone swipe. There we go. Okay, we're gonna figure out this breakfast thing. Hi, X coding. How you doing? Welcome in. Okay, so let's move this forward. Let's see if we can get. So our issues right now, Kafka came up, which is mind-blowingly good. Oh, hold on. Let me revisit that statement in 1 second. Um, kubectl, port forward, SVC, ls, Kafka. Let me go and get access to the actual Kafka broker service. Yes. Let before I get all cocky and like, oh look at me, I've got it all fixed. Bit of a bridger. Yeah. It's all there. Now they've all expired because they've been sat there for weeks, or the time frame is all gone, so there's no messages in there. But the topics are all there. That's fundamental because if I get console up, I can go to the other part and see if I can start all the services. Hey, I'm having some success. I didn't say it was a bad. Morning, Mars. How you doing? Maybe he's just lowering the class in the stream a bit. It's fine. Um, okay, so let me refocus. So this is failing because the refusing to rejoin the cluster. I don't know how to wipe the data there when it's deployed like this. So let's see. Let's see if it will. It's bad. I'm a one-man advertiser for the Vintage Story. I have 3 streamers playing it now. Oh, ads. Nuke the volume. Okay. Yeah. Good point. I don't think it has a volume. I have no storage for this. I don't think. Oh, yeah, I do. Console config, console delete. That'll recreate that, won't it? No, it won't recreate that. Do that? No. Add attack. How do you do that? Yes, that's what I wanted to. I wanted to see. So the console configuration, create console client. I need to look at how to configure that value. Um, See, the annoying thing here is I'm not even using console for that much anymore. Initially, I was using it for the proxy, for the gateway, but I switched away from using um, whatever it was I was using because the developer was, to be quite frank, a bit of an ass. Um, who told me that the problem I was having was not really a problem and I'd done something wrong, and then fixed the problem a month later after telling me to do something hacky. So I moved away. Is that really behind a paywall? Sign in to view the. Oh, it's just a sign in, but I'm not signing up for yet another site. So server rejoin. So how do I configure that? Through here. Got to learn. Console. So I'm only using console for its key value store. So I need to get rid of this part at some point. I'm using it to store the topics for Kafka, so I can refer to a Kafka topic as a name with a name, and it will give me, and then I store that list of things, and I don't have to distribute it with every single client. So, um, good or bad, right or wrong, um, uh, Kafka extensions is the library that I'm using that I've built myself to help provide things like Outbox and to provide the console configuration stuff. So I've MongoDB and SQL Server Outboxes and the console configuration so that my client can start up and say, oh yeah, you use Kafka, you use console, and it'll pull down the list of topics from there and then match the name. So I only need to refer to a name inside of my code. Actually, I use the type of the event I'm publishing to actually bind that up. So you only just publish the event and it 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 pulls that together. So this feels like effort that I probably shouldn't do. Configure. I mean, in reality, this shouldn't even be down very long, right? So really, case. No, not wait. Close the maximum allowed age. Uh, Default value is 168 hours. Uh, oh, yeah. Deleting is the only real option because I have no idea how long this has been off and I'd have to extend it for way more. Oh, hold on, running. No. Confusing. It's not running, it's failing. Let me do so ls console storage. If I delete that, will it recreate the persistent volume? Can I just delete it? Can never tell what it will recreate. Console storage, that's the claim, that's the volume. Okay, we're gonna figure out this. Forgive me for just going quiet and thinking about this. Yes, I'm looking for omelets. Mm, not looking too healthy. The Garden State omelet with pork roll and American cheese. I don't think I'm going to find what I'm looking for there. Um, See, that just seems unnecessary. Loaded baked potato omelet with bacon, cheddar cheese, potato, and drizzled with sour cream. Egg and chips. Pancake tacos. You know what? I know what I'm doing. Greek yogurt with mixed berries and parfait. Breakfast has been figured. There we go. I wrote food channel. I had some sausage with cheese and a tortilla. Man, Kahlua pork omelet. So some drooling. Well, I've got granola with Greek yogurt and mixed berries, an orange scone from Panera Bread, and a coffee. And yeah, all this advanced food talk is making my cereal sad. Yeah, orange scones are very good. We have broken dogs, by the way. They like citrus. They do not. Citrus is meant to deter dogs. They love citrus. A kind protein bar. Yeah. Well, I have an appointment at midday, so I want, and I'm not going to get to eat lunch, so I have a healthier meal later on. If you're eating scone, you're definitely British. I utilize DoorDash entirely too much. Yeah. I think if they had tiers, we'd definitely be like the platinum tier DoorDasher member. Uh, so what I'm trying to figure out is how do I effectively delete the storage? Do I have to bring down the pod to delete the storage? Will it recreate the storage? I'm going to learn a lesson here, right? Um, yeah, don't look it up. It's terrifying. If you're anything like me, yeah, don't. We've been slowly getting better at making sure we make more meals and have more food readily available. Depends on your storage provider. I really like scones. Yeah, this is an orange scone. It's very bready, but it's got like an orange drizzle with orange peel in it on top. It's very good. PV claims are backed by the provider and your claim. Volumes. Okay. So okay. The volume can be, if I understand it correctly, the volume is the actual storage being allocated. The volume claim is claiming a chunk of that storage from the volume. So you could have many claims against one volume, if I'm understanding the structuring, the hierarchy right there. Local storage. So this is what's allowing bringing these up and down is what's they have persistent storage, which means that when they come back up, I still get the data. That's why I've got the database still there. Right, just gotta get with this one. The claim is the promise. The provider must build it out. Gotcha. Yeah. Meeting time. No worries, death parts. Fun with the meeting. Um. Yeah. So we have a pod. It's crashing. This feels like the sort of thing that would definitely come up often. Um. So I'm going to make sure I have the structure here to document what I do here. So extending the timeout, I'd have to extend it quite large, but I don't know how to do that necessarily. So do I focus there? So I'm trying to figure out the the energy focus here. Do I just figure out how to set the parameter, redeploy the container with enough window to make sure that it can actually get that value? Um, do I go through the steps of trying to figure out how to delete the storage so it can recreate it? Um, what is the right path? Deleting the storage or I know you were advocating for the modification of the timeout. I just don't know how long I have to extend that. So I'm gonna have to extend that to thousands of hours just to make sure I get the window right. And I don't know how to set that in here. So I'm just trying to figure out, where do I spend my time researching, right? Do I spend my time researching how to delete the containers, connecting to it and deleting it? Um, Strip out and rewrite your functionality to not need it anymore. So many choices. But I don't have a direct alternative for the key value store right this second that I need. And I don't have all that code written to take use of that. So I'd have to re-engineer a load of stuff. And then, yeah. Uh, yes, it's a stateful set. So that is on the list. That is definitely on the list of things to do, man. But it's like, again, I'm trying to fight. I really want to get to some development as well, right? So, um, I code it as a JSON file. Well, essentially that's what it is, right? I can do that. I can go through every service and copy it and copy that JSON file in. Are those four spaces? JSON is a JSON. Yeah. So, but I then have to rejig everything to not use my console provider. So it's like, I'll do it, but not now. So I'm just trying to make the trade-offs where I need to. So it sounds like the best way to do this is to try and figure out how to set this parameter in the configuration. But where does this parameter go? How do I configure this? Because that won't be in here, will it? Because this is a container, so it's going to be, is it args? console container set. It seems like a good idea to temporarily. I'm not joining in on your attempt to start a fight. Maybe, by the way, we're not going into tabs and spaces. So how do I? So obviously, I know the parameter exists, but I've got to learn how to set. It feels like the shortest path to success here is to get this parameter set. That is the shortest and most efficient path at this point. From there, I have to put in a plan to get rid of console because it's unnecessary. It's an extra piece that right now I'm just using as a key value store. Again, it's a centralized way of storing that configuration where I can upload the configuration and every service as it starts up can pull that configuration and have the event, the topic it needs to go through. And I only need to maintain it in one place. That's it. Even if I was to do like have the JSON somewhere else, I still have to put that up as a piece and figure that out. So it's just choosing my battles and using my time as effectively as I possibly can, given. But I still have to bring up the Nginx server and put the JSON there. I still have to build those pieces to go and get that reference. Yeah. No one else showed up. Nice. You sure you don't have a day off work? We talk and derail productivity. People on PTO. Gotcha. So no Kubernetes secret mounted as a file. See, if that file was mounted, that'd be good. No, this is not quite sure what you mean ablative with the you mean the file that it's talking about, like it's not mounted as an actual file. Static file behind an engine service, 5 minutes to deploy, or you're doing it wrong, which is possible. Granted, you have to implement it in end services. We should do that as a library call anyways. Don't know where you are on that. Okay, so my point is one of I then have to go through the entire deployment process and development process to do those things to get to that point. Yes, 100% agree. Bringing up an Nginx server and putting a file in there is possible and doable and in a relatively short amount of time, considering all the other things I'm bringing up. But I then have to go through every single service that I have, go into every single piece and configure all these pieces. So is it the right solution? A solution that does not involve console is the right solution. But going through that time and that development effort right now is not something I want to do, being that I want to just validate that I can get the cluster back up and running. So that's all I'm picking. I'm picking a lesser of two evils at this point because anything else is going to involve going through all these. Yeah. Because all I'm doing with them is trying to save time and energy. Because if I go to, let me go to all that's being stored is this. The services are registered, but they don't need to be registered anymore because I'm not using it for service discovery. I was using it for service discovery, so there's still a lot of leftovers in there. So there's a general cleanup effort involved, right? This is what I'm storing in there. So I'm storing essentially my Kafka topics right this second only. So that when that service starts up, it loads this content from there. So yeah, this is what that JSON file would be in Nginx or wherever I put it, right? It will be that. Oh, sorry, ablative. That's weird. It doesn't let us sub link. Weird. Which part's weird? Uh, you should be good. Nothing. I'm just preemptively sipping coffee. You trigger me into a food order. It's fine. I design a contract myself to do things I don't want to do to be able to afford it. It's also fine. Yeah. So yeah, I'm I'm I suppose the correct term here is robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? I'm cutting the corner that I know. I'm making a technical debt decision that is uh an investment in getting this moving forward rather than doing that. That said, I haven't figured out how to do this yet. So now ablative, you should now have the ability to link, by the way. It's very easy to throw stones, but I've been procrastinating 3 days on my next tiny bit of work on my thing. So just ask me how mobile this is going when I get annoying. It's fine. I actually do have a video that I really do want to. Oh no, just really close that. I just closed every single window I've done today. It's fine. Um, yeah, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yeah. Um, you not heard that phrase before? Um, it's like borrowing from one credit card to pay off another credit card, right? Like you're just shifting the debt around. You're not really getting any further. Um, your dasher is heading your way. Orange scones. So I've been working on a. I want to make a video of this, but the concept is of how to. The idea is, in general, like how to present technical debt to an organization as here's when we know it and we can accept it and we can move on with it, knowing that it's going to come with a price later, and knowing the trade-offs you're making is important when you're talking about technical debt. So I have prepared all this and have recorded the voiceover for this many times, but I don't like editing my own voice because I don't like my own voice. So it is very hard to make a video. So eventually this will go up on YouTube when I see the way. So yeah. So technical debt is something that I'm very, very aware of in terms of I know when I'm making the trade-offs. Yeah, I didn't know you do video. Oh, great. Yeah, but I don't like if anyone wants to be an editor for me, knock yourselves out. Let me know. Um train 11 labs with this voice and make yourself read it from a script. But I just don't like listening to myself. It's a thing. And yes, Frank, I have done a video. The last video I did. Oh wow, I have more subscribers on YouTube. Thank you very much for whoever's subbing on YouTube. I appreciate it. Um, the last video I actually did was this one. Do 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 do. I don't like self-promotion, which is weird being that what I'm trying to do. I just try and share things. I don't want to make videos on just random content. I'm not trying to trigger views. I'm trying to make things that I feel are useful and um will help people know things. So I made that video way before um the whole mediator going hey. So yeah. Okay. So I've got a feeling it's going to be in the args here, but I don't know. Oh, hold on. Let's see this. Let's post our YouTube video in there. Let's. What's the worst that happens? I get it wrong and it doesn't work. Um, and by the way, a lot of people have posted it. There's a lot of developers jumped on the back of that whole mediator going to a paid model thing with, oh, look, you can build your own mediator. Thank you, Frank. We're almost at 500. Will be nowhere near the views, but almost at 500. But a lot of people jumped on the whole bandwagon of, make your own mediator. And it's one of those things where I actually think that this survey is required. It's one of those things where I think it's actually useful to understand that there are alternatives to mediator. Mediator, the one I'm using, is still open source. It is faster. The API is almost identical, so it's actually a pretty easy swap out for mediator. There is an alternative, and I think going that path right now is if you're in the bandwagon of, well, what if they go paid? Well, at some point maybe a licensing fee is required, but I wish I could convince my team to where immediate area, I just don't get it. Find the bug. I think the way you're building this, I'm not using mediator in the CQRS capacity. And Zon's hello. I'm using mediator in a purely just a separation of concerns, right? I've shown it before. I know we've gone through this before, right? So to me, I'm using mediator to do this, where I'm saying, hey, the API. My food's been delivered. I will go and get that in a second. Yeah, the API says, hey, go do this, right? I don't have to inject random classes. I can just say, be very explicit. So I like the readability, right? So again, my endpoint just says, of course, again, I'll choose it's not good when a lawnmower goes past your window and your monitor turns. But yeah, if I do this, right, send a command, that's all I do, right? That's all I care about. It's fine. You okay there, Melanin? Okay, I'm gonna go BRB. I'm gonna get my food. I'm not gonna eat on stream, but I will be right back. Okay. That is that. So that was not a great excuse for a sandwich. So server rejoin max age. Let's see if we can equals 3,200. So that's in hours. Let's see if we can make that do that. Are you just suffering and smelling the warm food? No, no, I, it was a sorry excuse for a sandwich, to be honest. Like 4 pieces of bacon on it and 2 egg omelet. And I'm leaving the cake and stuff till later. So I got a blueberry muffin as a bonus. So I have more cakes to eat. There was a blueberry muffin in the bag. I don't think I added that. So I'll eat the parfait. So what I'm going to try and do is balloon me up F. We're going to see if that will actually give us... let's do it that way. Let's see if it gives the algorithm. Loki, there's no more food right this second. I promise. You left us to eat. It's a little... I shouldn't be eating sorts of things. Oh no. Message updated. Okay, so I don't suspect that would have worked. Yeah, that broke all the things. Terminating. Evict. Get out. Yeah, an error. That's what I thought. There we go. Sorting and replying email is working. I made it. Start over. Hey, BBB, how you doing? Yes. There's sorting and replying emails is working. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I need to do that on my personal email. I looked at my email the other day. It's like, you've got 48,000 emails. I'm like, I probably should delete some of that. Yeah. Passing flag. So what I'm trying to do right this second, those just joining, is I'm trying to figure out how to get console to come up and ignore the fact that I haven't had it enabled for a couple of weeks and see if there's a flag to do it. My personal email, which you'll be sorry to see here, is 0 emails. Yes, I'm shocked. For those that haven't been there before, so Jolly has recently begun a streaming schedule again, which is good to see. I come and hang out in your streams. I come and look, and I find myself too engaged, so I have to to step away. So, yes, it's a good way to spend the workday, hanging out with you. So it doesn't look like I can make this a parameter. My hope was I could make, see, rejoin. That was a parameter though, wasn't it? Rejoin. There was one about rejoin. Retry, join one. Retry match, retry join. Address of an agent to join at start time with retries enabled can be specified multiple times. Retry interval. Time to wait between join attempts. Rejoin. Ignores the previous leave and attempts to rejoin the cluster. There we go. No, because it's not. It's been. Let's try it. What's the worst that happens? Blew me up. So the problem is if you. So, just to recap. Ads. Yeah, anyone can run that command. I have a question when we come back from ads as well. Ooh, that's not healthy. What happens if I do that? Out, foul beast. Refusing to rejoin cluster because server has been offline for more than configured. No, it was a nice idea. It worked in theory. It's not throwing up an error though now. That's funny. Dear. What, it doesn't count as an error now? It clearly is having an issue. Yeah, there we go. It's come down. Oh yeah, restarts. There you go. Bootstrap expect equals 0. Okay. So yeah, console I'm only using like as I've just showed, right? Console I'm using for storing my Kafka configuration in. Random idea Espanol. Huh. Interesting. Uh-oh. So eventually this will go away. But for right now, I can't make it go away. I just can't do it. So there's no parameter you can add there as an argument to the startup. That's fine. And I'll do this. How do you connect? I can't connect to the, well, this is a chicken egg, right? I can't connect to the pod to delete the storage because the pod isn't running because it's failing to read the storage. So that ain't gonna work. So let's go to the Claude and see if Claude has any ideas. How do I delete a update the stateful set to 0 replicas? Gotcha. Stateful set, console, scale 0. Okay, so that terminates the pod. I still have the stateful set. Now, do I delete that storage? basically I need to wipe out whatever's in there, right? That's what I need to do. Now my work inbox has been zeroed. That's very. I have like 500 already in my work email. I've only been there for 3 years. 500 meg as well. Did you get anywhere with it? Yes, get it all working. It's fine. I will document that out as well. So the problem with that was they changed the way that things work. I didn't need any of that because that was creating the tunnel through the API. You can delete the PV, keep the claim, and then update the record. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Ablative. Appreciate it. Yeah, so worked away that. And what had broken originally was the fact that I was using a different auth method with the tunnel that was no longer supported way of doing it. So I had to go and get that token that we were seeing inside of the Cloudflare thing. That's what I needed to provide when the tunnel is brought up, not when I was creating the tunnel like I thought it was originally. Delete the PV. Delete. Yes. Oh, let's see if that actually deletes. That is force delete. Yeah. Delete. Force delete. Yes. Yeah. No, it was helpful. I appreciate it. It does not want to disappear. Uh, let's just assume. Let's just see if it changed anything. Edit. No. Add replicas. Apply. Oh, it does not want to get rid of that, does it? It does not want to get rid of it. Consider wiping your data there. That's what I'm trying to do. There's no way I'm beating that. That won't do anything. Oh, I did it. Stop it. Oh dear. Yeehaw. Um, it worked. No, it's erroring. Is it erroring? That worked. Yeah, there is a funny emote on Discord for Cowboy. I don't know if there's anything nearly appropriate on nope. And I don't think it could represent a hack in an emote properly. Thunderstorms possible this afternoon. So, do I do the housework that I need to do? Or do I go in the pool first and then do the housework while the thunderstorms are occurring? These are tough choices. Oh, they moved the thunderstorms forward. Okay, so so what was happening there was the actual pod was starting and it doesn't time out for a long time before it errors, which gave me enough of a window to log in, go to the directory, um, pull, then more stream. um, go into the directory and delete the actual file. So that's how that happened then. So that's working. Okay, that's the infrastructure all up. According to the system, everything there is up now. So let's do this. Oh dear. Oh dear, I moved everything around. 11,000 on version files. What? Oh, node. Why is it committing node modules? Yeah, it's going to be 90 degrees here today. That's not extreme heat compared to where you will be. But 90 degrees is still in the mid 30 Celsius, right? If you deleted the PV, was the file something that was copied and mounted during the container scale up? No, not because obviously the right way to do that, the way that I understand it so far, would be to do something similar to how I've done with other things. So the tunnel was the original one, right? So it would have been to get a file and mount that specific file, that server config file, as part of this piece, right? But it wasn't happening there. 91 today, 100 Friday, Saturday. Yeah, would you? I have 90 today, 86, 86, 91, 94, 96 on Tuesday. Yeah. So it's going to be 90 degrees and thunderstorming in a couple of hours. So, yeah. You delete it inside the container so no people. Yeah, but so um you can though map the file, right? And I've done it elsewhere. Yeah, this sort of stuff where I'm mapping I'm volume mounting the actual file, and the file is actually here. So this is how I do it for everything else. I have my app settings files mounted as part. So I could have done a similar thing, right? Where are you located with Fahrenheit, not Celsius? I'm in New Jersey. I'm in the US, so I'm speaking Fahrenheit. Yeah. So either way, I need to make a note. Do not commit before add git. You still live in Red Bank, Keensburg. I'm in Ocean County. Jersey. Um, yeah. How do you ignore for node modules? It. I'm not going to put too much effort into figuring out the console thing right this second because I don't think it's healthy to spend that much time. I do need to go through the effort of ripping out the console components and figuring out an alternative that is reproducible and maintainable. And yeah, the Nginx server as as a bring up that has a JSON file in it is one way. But I think it leans more into the whole how do I configure the application for everything else. Tunnel's deployed. Everything's deployed. All the infrastructure components right now are deployed. The tunnel is up and running. Yeah, it came up. Yep, next you need operator. So all the infrastructure components are running. The next piece though is the dev, which was, by the way, coming up every single time without any problems. So let's find out what happens there. Yeah, let's copy that git ignore into there as well. Yeah, add that. That should severely reduce, yeah, 92 files. There we go. The number of files necessary. Okay. So yeah, we've got one more piece. We need to get this piece up now. So here's the problem. Oh yeah. So these shared services commands Oh dear. What are you after? Well, it's not going to work yet. The tunnel's up, but the application is not behind it. The gateway is not behind it. When it is up, you will be able to go to liquid-sky.software. And this is a temporary name, by the way. Right? That's what you'll get right now. So it knows CloudFlare from Newark, Liquid Sky Software host error. Right. So that will come up. I do have a name for the product. But right now it is codename Liquid Sky. Um, oh, they've upped it to a severe thunderstorms. Awesome. So, okay. Build site takes a configuration. Why are you complaining? Officially bookmarked as bad gateway. um, okay. So that configuration is not that configuration. It's not that configuration because that's in utility there. Not. So is that // utility? No. Oh, because I copied it. Because it didn't like having folders outside of the Pulumi piece. So I kind of screwed this up a little bit. So infrastructure is its own stack. Relative importance. um I like tiers. Tiers are fun. Right. So that doesn't like that because this wants that version. That should fix that. That should yeah, you're gonna have to change a little bit more than I really want to do here, but it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. I thought this was going to be a little bit simpler. So the idea initially was that I'd apparently see all these have that same dependency. Oh, come on. At what point am I just making my life more difficult? So the idea was of these components, I can pass around this services collection, right? And the services collection can wait for things in there. But now I have a different stack for the pieces that I was waiting for. Yes, I am in dependency hell. That's exactly where I've put myself. Um, so okay, let's fix all these problems. So okay, those do need to be copied. Pulumi does not like having things like I said, it does not like having things referenced outside of its own path. So I can't go any higher, but I can't have but the multiple stacks here are the challenge. So so in terms of Pulumi, I consider myself in the oh, I've just found this cool tool. Let me make it all work by dumping it all into the same place stage of development, right? I'm not in the uh oh, I've got experience in doing this. I felt all the pain. Here, let me organize it, right? So essentially, I am right back down to junior developer when it comes to Pulumi. Um, in terms of that normal alignment. I'm not a big believer in junior versus senior thing, but it is the nearest equivalent I have for a label. So I'm going through the oh, that's how you do it. Oh, there's the pain. You know, uh, like the wet bandits navigating the house in Home Alone. I'm finding the marbles and the baubles and uh more abstract terraform is a choice. Well, to compare later. And again, I'm doing that thing again, right? I'm who put spike traps on the window? I was a tourist for pulling me, but spent most of my time in TF. Yeah. And again, I do want to keep an active eye on what Aspire is doing because I think it just will help my life. Like if I can build all this configuration out in C sharp, I can organize the code effectively. I can pull resources if I need them, and I can do all this in C sharp and in Aspire, and then have a single line publish on the infrastructure and on the application. I'm okay with that right this second, to produce the Helm charts that I can then deploy. Right, I can produce the Helm charts, I can check them out and run a deployment pipeline that runs. And my goal is very much to make this recreatable. I want to make it, I realize this is a mess. I'm not under any illusions. No lines, button push to do, make button push. Whoa, what did I just do? So I need that to be there. No, not the folder, you dingling. Copy that into there. Overwrite for all. Yeah. Imagine these are two completely different application stacks and they're completely independent repositories. That's a use case, right? Import can be shortened. That's what I had. Whatever. Add tenant management. Utility. Add view components. Add view receivers. They're all going to suffer from the same problem. That's going to be 2. Where is this? As a consultant, I see the value. When I was an employee, it did cause my career to suffer a bit when managers didn't want me to transition from engineer to architect, always stepping on someone's toes. Yeah. What? What's the matter? What do you need? No. Um, am I just stoned or is the audio reverbing? I hope the audio isn't reverbing. And welcome in. I hear that one in my soul. I implemented it that way, the way they told you to. And by the way, it's yours now. Why did you do it so badly? Yeah, I know I am. Loki, you are not having any more snacks. There is no more food up here for you to eat right this second. We're not eating on stream. We don't do it. Okay, I need to get this working. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I realize that I am hacking my way through something here that so the one thing I'm trying to I'm not trying to do it. I'm doing it. I realize there's pain here. I realize there's a mess here. And I'm not trying to justify poor practice. Once it's running and I can keep making it run, then I can get better at doing it and I can practice the art and understand but and I so genuinely my thought on all this is I want to practice this. I want to make this a workflow that I understand the pain points of, that I correct um often, and I suffer the pain and I realize where my challenges are, so that when it does come time to do this for real, when I do say, hey, I'm going to produce this now and I'm going to put this out into the world, I don't have these sorts of problems, or I have more understanding of what is actually going wrong. Because there's nothing worse than going to deploy something. There is nothing worse than going to deploy something and it not working, or getting a call and being told, oh, this thing's down. And you have no idea why it's down. You have no idea what's going wrong. You just got to kind of work on it. And I've seen what happens when developers do that. All too often, I've seen what happens when developers do that. And that's why, again, I was fighting the urge to just do that delete thing before, because I felt that was oh, well, that's a quick fix. How do I go fix it properly for something that I actually didn't need to do? What's your feature flag story? I think it's organic. Feature flags. I have yet to even. I'll be honest. I've yet to figure out actually what feature flags do for me and how I implement them and how I use them. Uh, I have no idea right this second. First is that you let them know how to contact you. So my first job, all the way back in 1999, I was on call, and I had a I had a pager for the first year, I think, and then the second year they got these brand new Ericsson cell phones, and you could put different colored rings on the antenna to set them aside. That was fun. I assume there is no audio reverb, by the way. No one else has complained about the audio. My stream, I am, as most streamers are, very sensitive over the audio being bad. Drives me crazy. Base case, they let you enable disable features without redeploy. Less best case, they'll let you redeploy to different feature flags enabled with the same thing, image to enable disable features. So yeah, feature flags. I guess I've not really seen a good use of the thing so far. I get different implementations. I get the idea of hiding behavior. I just never understand how uh I've seen far too much code with if, and I don't like the idea. So maybe I'm just fighting against a thing that is essentially a feature flag. Because I just don't like the idea. And yes, I'm navigating through the code itself to try and get to the points where I am because I'm getting lost. Um, and I could also control F a lot of this. Sometimes it's an excuse to review what you see. So that's my argument. I'm sticking with it. Um, I would build containers with all my services in them and feature flag roll them out. But be careful. I put Windows 2003 in a container. When you're really in a hole and your container build takes 20 minutes, things like that start mattering. Gotcha. I don't know. .NET has a feature flag system built in, and I kind of turn on one thing. Is that 4 deep? Is that really 4 deep? Yeah, that's 4 deep. Ugh. Okay, even I don't like that. And find Orca said 20 minutes of your customers that cannot access the service they pay you to keep running is my times. Yeah, I very much want to have a simpler life. I think. So here's the problem, right? These service collections are now not going to be valid because all of these things are not. That's why A/B rollouts. These things are not. Um, Going to work. So basically, I've got okay. Do you have all the pieces? So the idea was that I can have these dependencies. These are now going to all break. So I'm gonna have to go into each one of these and remove them because I have no choice but to do that. Because I can do these things. They're fine, but none of these are valid because I've not got a reference to the other piece. And I just realized I have limited time left. I have an appointment at midday, so I cannot I cannot miss that as a doctor's appointment. Funny thing is, I should be if I'm going to build a dependency there, I should be building a dependency on um wow. Did I just not bother with dependency? No, I didn't do it, but um and someone said this the other day, right? That like the Helm charts um just become a copy and paste. Depends on that. Replace with yeah, that'll do. Larger meantime, I'm gonna hop off for a bit, take care of Deathpacks. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out. Been good having you here, as always. And enjoy your meeting. I will likely be gone when the meeting is done. Uh, let's have a look. I had 3 weeks of intense coding, and today I just thought it didn't work. I wish I could get 3 weeks of intense. Like, right now, no joke. This is the most coding I ever do. I know I haven't coded in days for this either, but I'm not doing a lot of coding on a day-to-day basis. So I do miss it. So what I'd done is I'd set up this object to have all this information so that I could say, oh, these depend on these services, etc. Those services are there, so the infrastructure has to be brought up. So it's not going to hurt me to have no depends on there, but I need to get rid of them all, right? So actually, let's do it this way. Depends on service com. That's fine. Depends on. Delete all them. Depends on. Oh, hold on. Be careful. It's not. It's not navigating. I need to narrow this. pipelines, receivers. Depends on, yeah. If those commas matter, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, so I haven't done a lot of coding in my job for quite a while. That's fine. Console, that's infrastructure, that's broker, that's storage, that they're all fine. Okay, we might be in a position to test this. So the way we do that. So right now I'm in the infrastructure folder. We're going cd dot to dev. And we're going to do Balumi up dash F. I'm going to see how it goes. Deployment 811. Uh-oh. Argument of type is not assignable to parameter type import. Where are you? Attachments. So the one problem I've had with this is I've often hit the problem where I have ended up with red squiggles, red squiggles, and the things where there really haven't been problems. And it doesn't clean them up. See, like that I'm clicking into them and it's cleaning them up. So I can't always trust that that's the right thing. Okay. That failed again. Cannot set properties of undefined setting tenant management. We're getting there bit by bit. See, it's starting to pull some of these things out. Almost there, almost there. Create modules, running program. What failed? Am I just being blind here? What actually failed? Cannot set properties of undefined setting tenant management in app modules. Oh, because service collection is not passed in properly. But hold on, doesn't something require this? No. again, I don't know if there's an actual context, an actual thing there that would allow me to go and ask for context, so I could just pass names around and say, "Hey, is this available?" Um, and that's a zone. So it's going to be the same problem, right? So at view index, yeah, service collections dot services. So the problem here is that I have not initialized properly. So let's do this. Yes. Um, so this is an array. Services equals array. Const service collection equals new. That's the problem. Oh, Lord. Deployment reference. Really? Does that go? No, that doesn't work. But that's the problem. It's not creating that as a. That's an interface, not a class. That's the problem. So how do you define? How do I have done that before? I must have done it before. Let's have a look back because I think the code is still up and running. So here's the plan. If I get this working now, get this up and running, and we can log into Liquid Sky, awesome. I can show you around what Liquid Sky should look like when it's being used. Um, sorry, I'm just trying to fill out something. Um, I've been asked to fill out a survey or something, and I need to fill it out for my doctor. So I apologize for sitting here quietly. Yeah. Um, we're almost there. We're almost there. I think I just changed that. So let's try that once more. The reference. Oh no, I need the collection, don't I? It's going to break again because the collection's not set. Um, so the problem here is I'm passing those around. I'm doing this a lot. So I really need to set that collection, but I don't. How do I create an object where I set a collection, a typed array? Create a typed array. TypeScript. Seems obvious. So I've created an interface which is a key of deployment references. Deployment reference is just a service deployment. The idea being that you basically have a key and then you can refer to the deployment reference and then pass them around. I assume those things actually are in Pulumi. I just didn't find them in the documentation. And again, part of why I want to leave Pulumi behind is because I don't believe the documentation and or tutorials are solid enough for me personally. I'm not a DevOps engineer, right? A lot of this stuff I'm trying to learn my way through. So, make sure I'm in the right. I need to collapse that infrastructure folder. That's another risk of having those things. So I need to create a new one of these, but I can't create an interface. If I do services equals so it does now. I'm initializing the collection, I suppose. Scuba Steve. Because I've got to go. Oh no. Why are you failing though? You might be failing because of database stuff. You're failing because of database stuff. Kafka configuration. That means the rest of the pods are about to fail. Are you both failing because of Kafka? Yes, you are. Hold on. What are those? Subscriptions and internal identity. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go, and I'm going to move this back down here. So the good news is, if I go to here, I have an app, right? Now, those two things are services that are subscriptions. So, oh no. Oh, yes. I remember this now. This was the other symptom. My Auth0 configuration. Ooh. Okay, we'll come back around on that in a second. Let's get the other two services back up and running. We don't need to bring down LS internal identity, though. We don't need to bring down infrastructure now. We can bring up and down the stack. That is the important piece here. Let's get to the so cube CTL port forward SVC LS console service. Okay. What? That namespace it differently? Console B9 storage network services LS. Oh, it's just console service. So if we go to localhost 8599, there's our services started up. Key value store, Kafka configuration. Let's just go over here, copy this, paste that in. I'm going let's just not go through everything by hand. I know that is a file that is able to be wiped out. That is fine. And let's go back to our workloads and evict those pods. Let's see if they come back up in a bad state. And they do. Awesome. Internal identity not coming up is not a good thing. So it looks very much like this is not connecting to, it's going to console, and it's trying to reference something that it doesn't have in that list. So either I've missed a piece of my configuration. Internal identity is it receivers? Yeah, receivers. User permissions receiver. So am I missing a topic? I'm missing a configuration. Oh, user permissions right there. Right. User permissions integration event is right there. What's the matter, Muffin? What's the matter, buddy? Okay. So I clearly have a bit more work to do. I've got to get that, but Liquid Sky, it's not, you can't log into it. For some reason, Auth0 is not working properly, or this piece, something is not getting the right configuration because it's not getting a URL here, and it should do. So the client is potentially misconfigured. The deployment of the client might be deployed incorrectly. Actually, you can go check that. Let's go to Loki now. So we go to client deployment, go to here. Print working directory, ls. Hello, my friend. You okay? What's the matter? Hey, do not drink my coffee. We will not be friends if you drink my coffee. Yes, I know. Hey, Falls Robin, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm currently contending with a dog who wants some attention. You're gonna do eat my face? No. He's a pit mix. the look of him, lab, but his sister is very different. Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah, yeah. He's doing some refactoring. Nice. There's I have a lab rot husky mix. Oh wow. All sorts of crazy. Or plus a husky mix. Or lab with rot and husky. Because that's a whole lot of energy and personality mixed into one animal. Yeah. Tail looks a little bit more pit, like terrier style. Loki looks like he's been mixed with a lab. But if you see his face head on, you can definitely see the pit. Um, where does this get put out? CD. It doesn't matter. This is gonna compile anyways. It's not gonna give me my actual end file right in there with my users. Let's see. Where does it get deployed to? Docker file, etc nginx. Is it there? It is. No, app this cd. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't really matter what I do here because it's all compiled into one application. So all those configuration values are. Yeah, I was kind of like, oh well, I'll just have a configuration file there because it'd be nice to have it there. So okay, here's where we are. Liquid Sky deployment is 95% functional. The services are coming up for the most part. We have two services that are strangely struggling. One of which is Control Tower. So Control Tower, when I show this diagram, right? I show the diagram. Overview. Uh, you notice I'll zoom in, but Control Tower lives over here. Control Tower is an entire different back piece. Uses Next.js as its client, runs in a similar manner, but the idea is that all management of Liquid Sky will be done through this piece. It will not be done. I am not, and I've had too many times where we've used the main software itself, modified slightly to manage itself. I don't want to do that, right? So I don't want to represent, like customers as initiatives or customers as planning items, etc., and have the application kind of being built in a weird way because I think it tests your use cases make a mess of the application because your use cases aren't 100% same as your users' use cases, even if you're building a CRM. So Control Tower is its own backend, manages subscriptions right now, and yeah, so that piece. Mojo has been working on that piece, so I do have some help with this. We haven't been able to coordinate that in a long time though. So this piece is picking up tenant integration events, so there's no reason for this to be failing. If these two are failing, other receivers should be failing in a similar manner because they're also getting console, right? But they're working, they're monitoring their outboxes. I was curious. Unless they have a reference that's incorrect. So let's have a look at the configuration. So that is Control Tower subscriptions. So that's right. Add subscription components. That's all correct. Add subscriptions receivers. That's all correct. Console service. Yeah, it's all valid. Let's make sure we have our databases. Right, we're not missing any databases here. See, this is subscriptions. So subscriptions has available subscriptions and tenants. So so the way this works is someone creates a tenant. That's all managed in Liquid Sky because registration of a tenant is owned by Liquid Sky. That publishes an integration event. So subscriptions here reacts to that piece. It's like, oh, I've got some new data to do. I need to behave a certain way now on receipt of that data. Nothing is telling it to do that. That's its internal behavior. It then creates a subscription and publishes a subscription out the same way. I find it noteworthy that the system isn't telling you what's wrong. Riff, hold on. Have I made a boo-boo here? No, I don't like it. Well, I mean, again, the logs here are showing me. Let's do this. 1,000 lines. Download the log. Sounds like I've been here before as well. This is a documentation world. So the error looks like that. Kafka configuration, try get topic from event. So it's trying to subscribe to the topic. That's what's happening. It's trying to get the dictionary and the value cannot be null. Hold on. The only way that works. Confirm delete. Interesting that one are not identical. Kafka hyphen configuration. Why does this not format as JSON? Am I missing something in the paste? One of the things I used to do for IBM was float to a bank and roll out new software for them, which was always painful. Oh, I can't imagine that one. Isn't that impossible? Yeah. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I'm out of time on this. Give it one more try. Then I have to disappear. No, errored. Oh, that's a different error. Oh no, back to the same error. Okay. Just because I caught it at the right point. So it starts up, the application starts up. For some reason, it's erroring on that. I've hit this before. Yeah. Oh, this is PT for knee, so I'm okay with it today. So not really doctor, I suppose, but that's next week. Medical stuff, I suppose. Um, why those two? The events are registered, everything's there. So basically, the way it works, is it's using this type, right? So events integration, user permissions integration event, right? Events integration, user permissions integration event. Use that, it pulls this name out, and that's what it subscribes to. So that's why I'm doing it this way, so that I don't have to have that list hard coded into every single tenant, into every single service for which topic it's going to. Because then if I change the topic names, I have to change them everywhere. But anyway, I got to shut down. I'll say thank you to everyone who. It's only painful because of the non-self-explanatory terminology. That's just a general statement. Daisy, yeah. So this is a frustrating one, and I've gone through it before. Yeah. I just need to figure out what that is and make sure I document this, right? Or Kubernetes. Yeah. So, but we are close. The application stack is back up for the most part. These are small errors to get over. These are just a configuration error. I'm almost certain of that fact. Once that's done, I have the one more problem to solve, which is, and I think that is caused by a deployment change on how I built the client out. I just need to go through the configuration there because I have environments and I think it's produced the wrong version of this. So the problem it's having is that is not, or no, the login URL is not being, whatever, is not being passed. So either one of those files isn't getting copied and it's not being included, or whatever. So that's a something to build. But yeah, it's challenging. So challenging. So no, it shouldn't be. I think I honestly do feel that is definitely a I finally get to one of these. Yeah. Um yeah. So anyway. Um this has been fantastic. I've had a lot of fun. I've got a lot of stuff going. Um yeah. We will have more success. I am certain of this. I am truly appreciative of all the interaction, all the effort, all the discussion today. I think it's got me a long way. I will make the effort to go through and document a lot of this stuff as best as I can to try and avoid these things in the future. And I appreciate you hanging out with me. So I don't even need to shout him out this time because we can co-raid him today. I don't often get to do this because I'm not obviously not streaming this late normally. Let's go raid One Line. One Line is a fantastic streamer, shares his work development on a day-to-day basis. He's working with some aging systems and trying to create modern software on top of aging systems, and continuing to make efforts there. So, and don't forget, if you haven't checked him out yet, Anna is also a streamer. I would highly recommend checking out. But anyway, let's go raid One Line. Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow. I'll be back for developers.stream tomorrow. Bit of a change for a couple of hours. We'll see if we can do some more effort on getting developers.stream deployed. This sounds familiar. Anyway, take care all. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Bye all.